medical people of the oral nation upon whose ancestral lands our city campus now stands. And I also like to pay respect to elders, both past and present, acknowledging them as traditional custodians of knowledge for these lands. I would like to start with that. And I would like to again welcome all of you in our AI showcase. And I would like to introduce our head of school for computer science, Professor Paul Kennedy, who will say a few words about our faculty in our school, and we will start with that.
Hello everyone. Look at slides. So my name is Paul Kennedy. I'm the head of school of science. For those of you that don't really know practically right now, there's 6 schools in the faculty of science. It's probably, I think, now the largest school. Got about 60 balanced academics in the school, and around, if we look at all the institutes and research sites that are associated with this, about probably 80 or 90 other research staff. So we look at about 425 PhD students, research students, which is by far the most. So it's a huge group of researchers, and a lot of those researchers are working. We have 40 disciplines in the school, so there's data analytics and AI. This showcase is really showcasing that discipline. We also have video action design, we have nation systems, which is a new one, and we have software engineering. But last but not least, we teach about 20 subjects in there, not all of those are person and I, but that just gives you a bit of an idea of the scale of our school. So AI is a really major part of the teaching of the research that we're doing. In fact, we're just putting together a new master of AI, which hopefully will start next year. Passionate again, actually leads me driving it. A huge number of people within the school are working very hard to get that out, to make it very closely aligned to our research centers. So AI research is really integral to our school. We're the #1 computing science group in Australia, and AI is very strong in Australia as well. And UTS is one of the top global universities. So I wanted to thank the people that contribute to this, and our students that have been contributing to this showcase later. And I'm really excited to show you what we're here. Even the other volunteers that have been working on putting this together, and I'd like to open it, and I'm sure that we find working with, and I'm sure that we find this really research. So enjoy it.
Thank you very much, Paul. Now I would like to invite Sir Michael Rubenstein to say a few words about our research within the Faculty of Engineering and IT, the Center, the WAI Center, and other developments.
Thanks, Ashka, and welcome everyone. Great to see so many people in person. Right here, there are potentially hundreds online as well. So I'd like to also, acknowledge the work of the team and School of Science for bringing this showcase to fruition. We were supposed to run this earlier, but actually finally overcome the hump, and we are now, able to meet again and enjoy not only each other's company, but networking and actually seeing the results of some great student work. So I really don't want to take up too much time, but I was going to highlight a few things. Paul has already, I'll stick to the AI part of the faculty for this presentation, but so, as Paul alluded to, we have one of the largest groupings of AI in terms of academics and PhD students in the country. Now, to give you an example of scale, just on PhD students alone, there are over 1,000 students in the faculty that are PhDs, and 400 of those sit within the School of Computer Science, which also are there in terms of those doing AI research. So in terms of AI research, we have the Australian Artificial Intelligence Institute, and as I mentioned, it's got the largest group of AI researchers in terms of academics in the country. And if you actually count the size of the sort of work that's done there, it actually broken down in a number of areas. So I'll go to the next slide. Oh, sorry, I should mention the directors, Professor Jilu, Professor City Lin, and I were the research director. We might just skip this slide. Just want to show you the sort of the concentration of where the AI Institute focuses. Everything from fundamental research and the ranking that Paul talked about, where we're like #1 in computer science in the country, number 11 in the world according to the ALW rankings, is largely because of the really strong fundamental research that we have in AI. But we're also #1 in the world by it's another index which is released by the Korean Policy Institute, which puts us #1 in the country, #10 in the world. And again, it's mainly because of that really strong base of research we have that is innovative and cutting edge. But we also, just going back to that slide one more second, technology transfer research and applied research. I wanted to mention that very briefly. The country, particularly the federal government, is pushing the agenda of the importance of taking fundamental research and making some significant changes for the economy, for society, and that's all about the translation of research and application of this. That's the other strength we have in the institute, but more broadly in the faculty. And I think, the fact that we have so many history departments in the audience, and not only those who are here to judge, those who actually collaborate with us, actually work with us to look at taking some of the research out in the world, something we really cherish and value. So I want to thank and acknowledge the industry partners here tonight. Next slide. This is just a bit of a taste of the type of areas that are in the institute in terms of sort of labs. So everything from computational intelligence and brain computer interface lab, which actually has some amazing work, linking up, the brain's activities with actual actions, which have many applications, including areas such as defence, all the way to the pattern recognition and learning and reasoning lab and the intelligent drone lab, which actually I can't not say I'm part of it. We're also me, the co-director of it, and I'm sure he's online listening. So he's very upset if I didn't mention. So as you can see, some of these labs are very much application oriented, and some of them are fundamental. But there's a really good mix of different types of research in the broad AI field. Next slide, please. So there we go. Intelligent drone lab. Not say anything about it. We have a little rip of lifesaver drone in the foreground there, and some of the work we've done with our partners with the Ripper Group. Thanks, Jason, for the support. But also we've got other industry partners in the room. Drone Shield we've done work with. So again, thank you so much for being here today. But what this sort of work illustrates, it's just an example of the sort of things we really want to do, taking the research out and actually doing things like saving lives on beaches, or protecting airports from baddies and protecting drones that are bad actors in a particular defence scenario. And that can only be done in cooperation. And so we're really excited to be able to do that sort of work. I think that's probably it for me now. Yes, and just a big welcome to everyone from the AAI team. One of our photos when we were pre-COVID and doing something together. But I'd also just like to add my welcome on behalf of the Faculty of Engineering and IT. There's many research institutes I didn't mention. We also have the Robotics Institute, the Data Science Institute. There's a lot of really strong research work that we're doing. But what Paul mentioned, which I think is really important, is that this showcase actually highlights the importance of also involving students and the you mentioned, particularly when you mentioned Master AI, taking our top research and connecting it to our top teaching and important areas of where we know people want to learn and where the skills gap is. And the skills gap in the country in terms of AI is huge, and data science and all those other areas. So being able to train the next generation of graduates to go out and work in the industry and make a difference in the AI field, but more importantly, take the AI and apply it for good is something that we're really excited about. Some of the projects we'll be seeing today and judging and just viewing are testament to some of the hard work that the students have done over the course of the year. And of course, it's been a very difficult year for everyone in COVID. So at least now we can culminate with a little celebration. And I'd just like to again welcome you all and thank you for coming to it.
Now I will just remind you about a few things, few housekeeping things. So the program for today, we started with opening ceremony in this room, but now we will be moving to the showcase itself, which is spread between sort of few rooms, so 400, 300, and 301, all of them at this floor. So we can, whenever you don't know something, you can find the person with the badge and ask them where to find the place that you are looking for. At 3:30, the judging will begin. So we have a panel of lovely judges who will judge the projects that are at display today. At 4 p.m., we will have a short break for the plans by Pepper Robots in here. 4:45, we will have little nibbles, drinks, which will be in room 205. Also, this floor, then another dance after the sort of refreshments. And 5:30, we will have a presentation by different 401. So it's this room. At 6 p.m., which we will have our judges deciding on the prizes, who will get what. You can also vote for your favorite project. And at 6:30, we will again meet here. We will announce the winners from the showcase. There will be small prize giving ceremony, and we will close that at 6:55. I would like to hear just big thank you for all our sponsors, MathWorks and AWS, for the workshops and the prizes, support with those, and also Proto Space with producing the trophies and sponsoring trophies for us. Thank you. This is our panel of judges. It's not here to go and try to go around and try to drive them, but you can see that we have a great panel of experts from MathWorks, from AWS, from CSIRO, Data 61. Welcome everybody. And also our academics from the School of Computer Science. Our head judge, chief judge is Helen. So welcome, and yes, huge welcome and huge thanks to all the judges who agreed to take part and look at our projects and yeah, make sure that the voting will be fair and well done. We have a few categories for the prizes. The first category is the best project, a use case application. The second one is also best project, but in the innovation research space. Then we have first runner-up and second runner-up. And finally, we have fifth choice award. So what you can see next to each project, you can see the QR code that if you want to vote for a given project, you can just scan this QR code and vote for your project. So please do, because there is a word that comes with it. Okay. So just few housekeeping things. So I think you should look for people with badges like that if you have any questions. I don't. Yes, they exactly look like that. So we have few in here. If you have any questions on the way, please get in touch with them, and they will be able to help with any of those. Please follow the COVID-safe protocols that we have in place. In terms of emergency evacuation, please do not leave. If anything happens, please use stairs, and please follow the instructions provided by the organizing committee members. those guys will be able to help us. Hopefully, nothing happens. The evacuation point is just outside. Go there. It's between paved buildings. So when you use the stairs, you just go outside and to the left. So we can explain to you. So yes, so now we have something. I think Petra wants to say something. Yeah. So let him speak. Shy. Taking his time.
Hi, my name is Pepper. I would like to welcome you all to the UTS Artificial Intelligence Showcase. Today we will witness the power of artificial intelligence in some of its applications. I am really excited for this showcase and hope you all are. I tell very good jokes. Let me tell you one. But to robots see just a snap. Microchips. Haha. Without further delay, let us all get started with the event. And before we get started, let us all make sure that we follow the COVID-19 guidelines in order to stop the COVID-19 community spread. Good luck to you all.
So thank you, Pepper, and thank you very much again for coming today. I just, as last thing before you go and start enjoying the projects that we have for you today, I would like to throw it to Nabil, who would like to say a few words. He couldn't be here today, but he is really behind all that showcase today. Hey.
Hello, am I audible? Hello. Am I audible? Hello, everyone. Am I audible? Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and friends and colleagues. It's my pleasure to welcome you all here this afternoon to this very first UTS AI Showcase. First of all, my sincere apologies. I'm not able to attend this event in person today due to some last-minute changes in my schedule. Sorry about that. I'll be there virtually in the online version of this event on YouTube Live as well as on Zoom. I would like to thank the organizing committee members, students, participating teams, judges, sponsors, and everyone involved in making this event a success. Without further delays, I would like to thank everyone for joining us today, and please enjoy the showcase. Thank you so much.
So thank you. Thank you very much, and please enjoy the show. Thanks.
Now we are heading to the fourth section. So,
Hello, everyone. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, you are.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, whoever are joining us on YouTube Live as well as Zoom. Thanks for joining. I can see we have
So
Professor
we are heading to
Rajkumar.
our first
Thank you, Professor Rajkumar, for
candidate.
joining. Please enjoy the event. Thank you. Over to you, Sarthak. So what are we going to do now is we're going to move around all the projects slowly, and Sarthak is going to help us to see what's on display today from the students project side, AI projects mostly, all of them, and we'll do a quick round of interviews with the students, see the demos,
Let's start with the
and
first
enjoy.
one. Hi, how are
Thank
you? So could you please tell your name and your project that you're doing?
Fine. So basically, I'm Rohan. Welcome to the presentation. So basically, what we are presenting here today is online, like automatic chess notation generator. So the use case of this is basically currently there exists no easy way of just like taking a picture and then converting it to a chess notation, and we can automatically import it to a chess engine for analysis. So we wanted to kind of fill that gap, and we wanted to use computational neural network for automatic detection of the board and automatic detection of pieces, and basically to give us a chess notation that we can directly implement, directly input to a chess engine for analysis.
Yeah.
So that's basically a project. For a live demo, well, how this works is basically we would take a photo using our phone,
Okay.
and then the engine is going to give us like the convolutional neural network is going to make the inference,
Yeah.
and then give us the chess notation.
Okay.
But for time manner, what I did was like I already checked the photo.
Yeah.
Reset it. Okay, so basically this is the exact photo that I just took a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah.
So first of all, what we have to do is like, now this is something, there's a gap that we need to do future work on, is now we have to manually select the four corners of the board for cropping. But in the future, we are planning to use automatic object detection, so that it crops the board automatically. So I'm just going to give you a quick demo. So basically, I just need to select the four corners.
Everything was good. Thank you. Thank you.
This is going to be automated in the
I
future,
think all
but
good.
for now,
Think
just
went
fine.
well.
So you see, there's a bit of transformation
Okay.
happening, and
What
the
else? What else
image is
pending?
cropped,
How is the
and
time
the
around now?
network is basically now making the differences. It's going to give us the results.
Okay. Check
So
with,
as you can see
check
over
with
here, this
Professor
is the
Michael
results.
and
Now, this
you
is
know,
the chess notation that is given by the
this one,
convolutional neural
Pascal
network,
John.
and we have, this is basically the confidence level range. So so there was like a minimum confidence level of 51.9% on some cases, whereas there was like maximum confidence of 100% on some cases, and the average confidence level was 97.7%. Okay, so just to give like an example of how the numbers work, let's say, for example, so this is the second row, right? So it means 5. When there's a number, it means there's all black. That means we have 5 blank squares.
Yep.
And then lowercase n means a black line.
Yep.
And then we have 2 empty squares. So that's basically one example of just inference. We can have a look at this one as well, which is the last row.
Yeah.
We have 7 empty squares, and then we have 1 bishop.
Okay. So it predicts according to that.
Yeah. And then what we can do is like, this is just like a text box. You can just directly take it, you can just directly copy this chess notation over here and go to like an online chess, which is like chess, and then we can just basically use one of their tools. For example, if we just place it here.
Okay.
And then it gives me the exact expression.
Okay.
Where now I can just turn on the analysis. Like I don't have the.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw
but
that.
you can just like turn on the
Everything was all online, live on YouTube.
And it's gonna give you the analysis of
everything, you know, and it's going good. Going good so
the
far.
analysis of the
Okay.
game where the
Let's keep it on.
players can use the chess engines for better practice and better training.
I will
That's pretty good.
check
All
again,
the best for it.
Thank you. So just to talk about the future work is
chat on Zoom. That's
now,
okay.
this is just
We
a
will
standalone
speak on phone.
project that
Okay.
just basically gives us the textbook, like the notation.
Okay.
But we're trying to interface
Sure,
it with an existing
Right.
new engine, which is engine like Stockfish,
Yep.
so that we don't have to copy paste it and it automatically does it.
Okay.
So that's kind of like a feature.
Future
Feature.
project.
Yeah. And
So
the
how
other
did you come up with this plan? Like, what was your inspiration like?
So I'm basically an amateur chess player.
Okay.
And basically nowadays, like because of lockdown, we are playing online. But previously we used to play like on the
Alone.
board, right?
Yep.
So I found it very clumsy or very hectic to basically write down, like just look at the board and write down the text notation.
Yep.
And so I thought like, well, now that I know about object detection and object recognition, why don't I leverage that skill and basically
Oh,
do
okay.
something like that? So the inspiration came from being a chess player myself.
Yep.
And also just try.
Are you planning to go for grandmasters?
Oh, no, I'm not too. I'm just an amateur player, just playing
Yeah.
at my own time.
But it's pretty good. Yeah. All right. All the best for
Thank
this.
you so much.
And nice meeting you. as
Nice
well.
meeting you as well.
Hey, hi. Could you please tell your name and your group number and which project are you showing today?
Okay, my name is Jejing and I'm girl 38. And our project is face inspection. Yeah. So our project is face mask detections. And do you say our project's idea?
Yep.
Okay, so a lot of people didn't wear the mask properly on the social society, and then our project is to maybe monitor what kind of people did not wear the mask properly, and then we can do statistics on that, and then we can help our environment to wear the mask properly and then keep the social distance. So yeah, you want this?
Yep. We can have it like that.
Okay, so, didn't work. But if you, I did some like a mask right now,
Yep.
and if I took it off, they'll say, don't wear the mask.
Should I lower my screen? That's why it's not working. Oh yeah. See.
Yeah, it didn't. But sometimes we get errors, so that is a problem.
Okay.
Cool.
Yep. How did you came up with it? Due to the COVID, or how did you came up with this plan?
I discussed with my teammate, and
Yep.
then at the moment, it's 2020, and then we have this idea. We can use the image processing
Yep.
to have this kind of software, and then I think we can help society to do that. So that's why we build this.
Well, that's been really good. Like in terms of COVID times, it's really helpful.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, thank you so much,
Thank
and
you
all
so
the best for this.
Okay, thank
See you.
you.
Hey man, how are you doing? So could you please tell your name and your team and what project are you showing today?
Yeah, so my name is Matthew Gnu, and I'm number 62, I think, team. And then essentially what we built is a cross-platform application for classifies skin lesions as to whether they're benign and melanomas. So essentially, what it's demonstrating is the application. You essentially have to fill out this form, so like a doctor or clinician fill this out.
Yep.
Yeah, images. So essentially, they'll fill out the form like that, and I won't do it now because it takes a few minutes to run.
Okay.
Now, machine learning algorithm.
It tells the disease and okay.
So, classification there. And yeah, there are a lot of other like smaller features as well that don't have to do with the machine learning model.
Okay.
Like there's bulk importing that's all offline, so it's so it'd be connected to the internet, which is important for healthcare applications.
Okay.
And yeah, that's essentially the machine learning model that we use for definition it. 27
Okay.
model. And so we ran it 10 box, and that's where we saw the accuracy plateau.
Okay.
That was actually, so I worked a lot on the application, and my teammates, Sam and Thomas, worked mainly on the section network, and they could achieve 70% accuracy. They also ran like a few other experiments as well, like I myself ran the snap. But I'll say how to perform and achieve 65% of accuracy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's essentially our project.
Okay. How did you came up with this project though?
Sorry.
How did you came up with this project? Like, what's the idea behind?
Yeah, so actually, initially I didn't know Sam and Thomas, but I wanted to do a project where like identifying cancers with X-rays.
Yep.
I just thought it was a cool project. I saw it on CAB, which is like a data set website. And I needed a group, and Thomas and Sam had this idea as well.
Yeah. Looks, it's a good sector to go in right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of
Thank you for telling us your story, and all the best for your. Thank you. Moving on to our next one. Hey, how are you doing today?
Hi.
Could you please tell your name and your project team and what's your project regards?
Okay, so my name is Yun. We are team partners.
Yep.
And our objective here is to identify data from the photos, videos, live stream, classify the patient data, and use that data for marketing.
Yep.
So to start with, we use
Yep.
we use that one and each image is classified.
Yep.
And after that, we also test so
You can show us a demo as well, so that. Yep.
अच्छा आपको ब्रेकआउट में ऐड चाहिए
Yep.
आपके वो कनेक्ट
to create a march on this page.
Okay.
And it also provides so the use case will be let's say presentation the marketing companies want to target
Gender.
so but at the same time want to check the products we don't want to check the photos so what you can do only so it doesn't
Can it show like in the current time or okay.
It's the process logic. We start processing to make context. We will verify your agent and on the right, we will give you a suggestion based on the target agent.
Okay.
And this way, this model can provide a marketing company an opportunity to increase the market penetration.
Yep.
Instead of just showing generic ads for individuals, you can give the ad, and also based on the time,
Yep.
you can target specific gender and age.
It can use in industry like fashion industry as well. Like.
Yeah. So it's like a female.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Obviously, there are people they might be interested or housing or
finance, yeah. Particular sectors to be honest.
So instead of targeting every, you can target specific gender and age demographic.
Yep.
And
Implement that process.
it'll save a lot of money. Not just showing any ad, show what is more relevant to and so the companies will actually
Yep.
they can actually increase revenue by target and the marketing companies so they can target specific.
Oh. So it's particular based on it, yeah. So is it predicting or so should we remain stable or should we remain stable or it is just predicting on?
So it's live stream, so we will detect every 1 second. So let's say the edit is 15 seconds.
Yep.
Then let's say after 15 seconds, you can do another prediction of
Oh.
the people coming in. And you can change that real time
Okay.
based on people coming in. So
Okay. So it's a particular live stream as well. It's not like a particular photo and you can predict.
No. So just for example, just one stream is so there are more than streams. So we will target those men specific as industry. But let's say if it's a female, we'll target those and with market penetration. And it doesn't have any other data other than
Agent. Okay.
So it keeps that going.
So it has two attributes only right now. Yep.
It keeps that going.
Yeah. So that's the age difference one. Like, yeah, which age group?
It's just the sum of it's a total.
But how did you like got to know which age is like how it's predicting that? Like that's something interests me more. Like
Okay, so first we find out the user between those
Yeah.
we find each basis.
Yep.
And we learn each classification of the workspace and classify them based on age and gender. So there's one more.
Okay.
Two classification, age and gender.
Okay.
So because of my camera settings, it's just a little bit so you know underestimate.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Because of the wrinkles are not captured well. The low resolution. Yeah.
Pretty good, man. All the best for the.
Okay. No worries.
Thank you for the night.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next one. Hey guys, how are you doing today? Could you please tell us your name and tell us more about your projects and other stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Shopping malls and
businesses should not lose their customers. Online fitting room or trial. So that's what it's about. So first, upload the image.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure.
You have all the good images. Okay. Mhm.
Actually, sorry, I know why.
Yeah, sure.
So, like, and like, they never know, like, yeah.
So we can only do one at a time.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's not very perfect. It's under research, but yeah.
It gives you an idea. Yeah. So you can click a photo anywhere and you can just put yours and do according to that. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Of me? Oh, I'm the subject of it. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, so.
Once you finish doing it, you get something like this, and then you work on it.
Good for you, maybe.
Yeah.
Sometimes it will not be very perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Takes a bit of time.
No worries. I'm here to respond for everything what other candidates want to talk about the project and how they come up with that. So yeah, the story behind everything.
Takes a bit of time because right now we are running into Google Collabs.
Yeah.
Using JavaScript, but the test flow JS
It's like waiting in a trial room.
so it has like a lot of problems with errors.
But you have your own photo, you can do that. So Do you have your own photo? Okay.
Yeah, I can take this much.
How did you came up with this project? Like in COVID or?
Yeah, because we did this course last semester.
Okay.
So that is when, we had all this COVID going on.
Yes.
Personally, like I was affected because of that. Because I had my birthday going on at that time.
Okay.
I couldn't visit the shopping mall at that time.
Okay.
Then I thought that okay, this might be a good project.
Work on it.
Yeah, work on, yeah. It's just taking a bit of time. I let you know once it's
No worries. Thank you for your time, guys. All the best. See you. Bye. Hey, how are you doing today? Could you please tell us your name and your project you got?
Sorry. Oh, okay.
Oh, you're not?
I've got another person
Okay,
again.
okay. Yeah, okay.
So yeah, no, it's okay. Hi, I'm Lakshmi, and I've got my teammate Siddharth here online.
Yeah.
And our project is intelligence scanners,
Yep.
which is like harmful object detection from X-ray screenings of baggages. And yeah.
How did you came up with this project?
So we're just thinking about like real world problems, and that security is always an essential thing. So yeah.
So could you show us a demo?
Oh yeah, sure. Gidak, could you show us a demo? If you want to share some thoughts, I'll just put you next to them. You can speak as well.
Yeah. Hi there. This is a real-time baggage scanning tool which could be used at multiple locations like airports, schools, offices, highly secure areas in order to improve the security, because as per the recent reports, there are a lot of security breaches being done. 70% of the vulnerable items get past security, even though when we have enough baggage scanning. So this one will improve that and also help humans identify more vulnerable items and stop them to get inside the secure areas. So it scans the baggage images and then draws some bounding boxes around those and also classifies them, whether they're knife, scissor, gun, wrench, or anything else. So you can upload a picture, you can select a preset data, or you can also use the live scanner, which is a plug and play device. You can just live stream your input from the X-ray scanner directly to this one, or there's another option to maybe put a camera in front of your screen, just like I'm doing, and it will detect whatever is there. Like it is detecting a gun and a lot more. So feel free to contact us. We are 3 students from Professor Navin's subject. I am Gitar. I'm a second year student pursuing artificial intelligence. The student along with me is Anshmi. She's a 4th year student, and we have had our teammate who's busy today, couldn't attend her FEIT. So you may contact us on our respective LinkedIn IDs, and thank you for contacting us. We have a lot of advantages here. That this is high throughput. It can scan a lot of images. It depends on the GPU we have. It has a high range. It can be trained and customized to detect any type of object. Let's say if you want to detect power trails or improved explosive devices or some sort of specific satellite phone, any sort of device or object which could be scanned that can be detected. This is very flexible because it could be accessed using an HTTP endpoint. It is a web app. It doesn't require any extra hardware or software except for a GPU or any maintenance, and it does not affected regulations. The prospect industries are airport security, train station, prison, parcel, big events like cricket matches and cargo, buildings and offices. We have a lot of future improvement criteria. That is, we could include contraband detection, as well as some sort of inorganic and organic separation in order to detect fruits and vegetables and all sort of devices and objects which are not allowed at some highly secure areas. Thank you. We look forward to getting your vote for the People's Choice Award. And thank you so much for visiting the Intelligence Campus.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time and good luck for the.
Thank you.
I see you. In short while we are about to start the dance of paper robots. She's just practicing right now. It's a short delay, so we are still continuing with other pods right now. So let's go here, man. Hey. Hi.
Yeah, this is for the answer. I think it's because it's the whole palm, so it's detecting properly. Which yeah, actually, the journalists were going, so we can
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah. So could you please tell about your name and your project and what's the project about?
Yeah, the project name is the gesture control trigger system. It's using the object detection model, fast RCNN, and the single shot model we have used for our project. So this application can be used in security, like for security purposes, like in the institution or like say for example banks or airports, wherever. So like it can be used where like say for example if a robbery is happening, so we can make some unknown gestures so that we can inform the officials and they can take necessary action. So like these are some of the couple of gestures like which we have used for our application. So like this is the robbery, fire, or terrorist or ransom. So say for example, if I make a hand gesture, say for example, it's like maybe I just so this is the hand to palm gesture. So as you can see, the palm is for ransom, so it's detecting it properly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it has certain limitations, like certain signs, then it can protect.
Yeah, only the signs which we have in the data set actually.
Okay.
Only these gestures will detect for this application. Yeah.
So you have how many attributes?
It's five images like we have. These are the 5 ones here.
Yeah.
So we have created around 300 data set, 300 images, like because we couldn't get it from Kaggle, so we used this from the camera, and we have used it for our application.
All the best for the interview, and I think you will rock it.
Thanks.
Thank you for the time. Hey guys, how are you guys doing? Could you please tell about your names and tell us about your project that you're working on?
My name is Dinah.
Yep, can you do this?
My name is Dinah.
Yep.
And we are code chefs. We're a part of code chefs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Tarak, and the project we are working on is cooking state recognition. I'll pass on to Naman.
Yeah, hi, myself Naman. So the problem that we are trying to address is that so a lot of time is wasted while cooking. That there are only 15 minutes of activity for 1 hour of cooking. So and because we have to wait for a lot of stuff. So for example, we are trying to boil water, so we have to wait for water to boil. So we are taking that decision making from humans to an application, and we build a mobile application for that. So you can see a demo here if you want. So you can see these are raw onions.
Yeah.
These are cooked onions, and these are overcooked onions. So we'll open our application. It will detect, okay, these are the things that are happening. Because so this is our application, cooking state detection, cooking state. Yeah. So you can see it provides what is the current state, what was the previous state, how much time it has taken for in this current state. Yeah, it's coming. So you can see it provides raw onion. It says raw onion. So it will provide it will inform it's raw onion. Now it will tell it's cooked onions. Yeah. 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 And there is also yeah. Yeah. There is a beep sound also that's coming, but because of we are not able to get that sound here. Yeah. And it also provides a transition when it's from overcooked. Sorry, when it's from cooked to overcooked, it will provide you a notification through a sound or an email. Yeah.
So the goal is to reduce the supervision time which is required in cooking. So the idea is with a mobile application you can put it over the gas, and once the cooking state changes from raw onions to cooked to overcooked, the user can get notification of that, and they can come in when the cooking state changes, and they don't have to stand there just to wait for it and supervise the food. And we have built an object detection Android application and not a web application to cater to the use case. Yes. We have another attribute. So we have used three cooking techniques, basically frying, baking, and boiling. So we have onions, the baking, and the boiling water. And we can show you the demo as well. Diana, can you show the demo as well, please?
So basically, it's showing not baked initially. And now baked.
And you can also see we have boiling water.
So the boiling water might not be boiled at this time, but you can see it will say not boiled as of now. Here. Sounds good. Just open it. So it's not boiling.
Showing not well now, it's showing not well. But once it starts boiling, it will tell it's boiling.
And as it boils, it will like changes state.
It is showing boiling.
Yeah. Sounds good.
That's pretty cool, guys. All the best.
All the best for it.
Let's ask people to vote for your project.
Sure. So,
Alright.
are you ready as well?
Yes.
For the
So we have a pepper robot dancing.
So
you can just pop in.
and yeah.
Yeah.
So we are heading towards the pepper popping dance.
Okay. Let's just start. Yep.
Hi, I hope you all are enjoying the event so far. Let me tell you a secret. I am part of undercover robot dance studio, and I am going to show you some of these moves. Do you all want to see some more dance moves? Ah, that was tiring. I need a recharge now. Pun intended. See you all later.
You have chance to like another hour once recharge. As you say. So I'll see you all there. Thank you. Thank you. I think we are having a short break and we will get back to you soon.
It can be nursing home, hospital, or your own house, even, or your own apartments. And the target customer or the people could be like the baby or elderly people who is not able or they don't want to wear any wearable device that help them to do the fall detection or protect them or prevent from the fall. Yeah, so pretty much that's what my project do. Oh yeah, sure. So as you can see, if I, a little bit to keep some room for the camera. And as you can see, and sorry, my apologies, it's a little bit slow. Yeah, so for now you can see there's none fall. And if I can do a quick fall, if I pretend I'm falling down, it's like this. Yeah, so you can see, and in the bottom right of my graphical GUI interface or my user interface, you can see there's two indicators, not for, and red on the top is the for. Yes. Thank you.
Like for the old people, I believe it's very good. Like if something happens to them.
Yeah, in case they're unconscious, they just that will save some time, which is I call like the golden time to save their life. If you can report it to their family member or
what's the device they can use to like.
Oh, that is the thing I haven't implemented into my system, but I have learned about it. Actually, it could be using the text message. I think there's like a provider called Trello, like an API that we can implement in. So using the Trello can send them a message or even contact the emergency departments. Yes.
Really?
Thank you.
And all the best for it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
There's some food out there.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey guys, how are you doing today? Could you please hold the mic so that it's all in?
Okay. What's this for?
So we are recording it as well.
All right.
So that online and it's recorded output, so you can watch it out.
Okay. Yeah.
Could you please tell your name and what's the project about?
Yeah, my name is Vika, and our team is AI Mastermind 3.
Yep.
Our project is a safety monitoring system for construction site, and it will detect whether the workers are wearing the PPE properly on the construction site. So, they are required to wear the helmet and the vest at the same time at work. So if you don't wear any of those, then you can see a red bounding box on the screen. It says the person is without safety.
Yep.
And if you experience,
I can hold.
yeah. So if I wear either one of these, then it's showing that person with partial safety, right? And I put on both of these. Sorry, it's a bit. Should keep wearing this. Yeah. This one's a bit big, but so oops. You can see this.
Yeah.
Right now, it changed to person with partial safety, and now it's person with full safety.
Okay.
Right.
So did it detect your glasses as well, or it's just like helmet and vest?
It's how we annotate the images by ourselves with 5 classes. So helmet, vest, person with partial safety, person with full safety, and then person without safety.
Okay.
So yeah.
How did you came up with this project though? What, like aim behind it?
It's a team project. We just want to develop something that's really useful for like a real world application.
Yeah.
And we think that this is something new.
Yeah.
We haven't seen this in the construction side, and construction is definitely one of the backbone industry in Australia. So it will reduce some manual work.
Yeah. I haven't seen it. So
Yeah. For example, you can deploy it to like connect it to the camera on the construction side, and the safety manager can just sit in the office, and then you can implement an alert system when they see people with without any safety, it will trigger alert. Yeah, and then they will actually talk to the people on the construction side, the manager, project manager, whoever, and to raise their awareness as well. Yeah, to make sure that they wear these at all times.
It's safety, safety is more. It's very interesting.
All right.
Yeah, thank you guys for that. See you around.
Okay, just put photo. I think it's only the one.
Hey guys, so could you please tell us your name and what's your project about?
Hi, so my name is Moria. So we worked on a hi, so my name is Moria, and we worked on a project where we tried to help the UTS sustainability team by so whether they can actually like recycle compost or any other product, throw it in the right bin. So our goal, like, we worked on two solutions. First thing is like the data collection part of it. So for the next 3 months, our goal is to actually like, just collect the data. So in building 2, we're going to have a Raspberry Pi and a camera where we're just going to collect the images every week. Once that's done, our goal is by O-Day, we'll be deploying this with like having like a lot more higher accuracy. So in the meanwhile, we deployed our whole backend is running on AWS. So we took the leverage of AWS where we have this AutoML pipeline. It goes down, we put our image on S3, we use SageMaker to train the model every week, we get the results, and at some point, once we start getting the results, when the results get a lot more better, we'll be deploying it in building 2 next to the bins. So for now, we have our product right here. So yeah, so the project, the results are not really up to the mark because we still haven't really collected any images. It's more like the image that we collected in the last 1 or 2 days. But like, let's say, for example, this is actually compostable container. So if you show here, it actually says like if it's food scraps compostable container. So for now, we do have like good results with like compostable containers mostly. But then like at the end for recycle container, it's actually not bad because you can, yeah, so you can see that you can like, the results are kind of a bit fussy right now. Yeah. But yeah, so we're kind of leveraging the whole AWS pipeline. So I think last O-Day, we noticed that a lot of the students, they don't really know where to, like, they were actually throwing the containers in a wrong position. Yeah. So I think one of the basic thing that a lot of people don't know is if you buy a food from building 2, either any food that you buy from building 2 regarding plastic, wood or anything, only goes in compostable bins because they only use compostable materials. But students are actually throwing it in recycling and the other ones. The problem is when they contaminate, they're actually not going to give them to the right authorities. If they reach like 10 or 15% contamination in each bin, they're just going to dump it out. So it's the whole idea for them to put 3 different bins is actually going to be a useless project for them. So yeah, so we told them that we can solve this problem, but for that, for the first next 2 to 3 months, we'll be collecting like more data to actually get more insights about it. And one more thing we're doing is we're actually going to collect insights. With the data that we collect, we're going to give them insights like the UTS sustainability team on like where these products are coming from, what companies or what cafes these are coming from. So hoping that they can have better solutions in long term. So although this could be like a short-term solution, we want the data collected to be like a long-term solution for them.
So that it's more sustainable.
Yeah, so more sustainable for them.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All the best for it.
Thank you.
See you. Hey guys, could you please tell your name and what's your project about?
Do you want to start off?
Hi, I'm Sarah.
I'm Sandra. And I'm Kushish. And our project is about smart parking systems. That's basically what our project is about. And basically in the smart parking system, we know that's really challenging to sort of like find empty parking spaces, and it can be a bit of a hassle. So our system basically, it tells the user how many parking spaces there are available in real time, so that they can save the hassle of like actually going through and finding one. And sorry.
Yeah. So we've used
faster RCDEN model and ResNext 101 model to help us get that accuracy. So if you can just see here, so we made a GUI which sort of explains how the parking lot detection works. So the user would just have to sort of choose an image of a few of the parking lots, choose a threshold which has the accuracy amount of how many parking lot images you want to see. And as you can see there, it just shows the amount of empty and occupied parking spaces available. As you can see in the results as well, it just highlights the boxes around all the empty and occupied ones as well. And we've also done a license plate recognition detection as well, as shown in the CLI. And this just adds a little bit of extra detection to when someone is parking, just to make sure that to note down when they're entering, when they're exiting, and to note down their parking fees as well. So
can it note down their time as a duration?
Yes.
So that's how they compute the parking fee.
Yeah. So as shown here, so the user will just show an image of their license plate.
Exactly. Yep. And it detects it, validates it with the user. Once that is done, we upload the image of the parking area, and as you can see, it has detected 3 parking spots that are vacant.
Most of the time.
Yeah. So the time and the license plate number, all of that is logged into a JSON file, which is referenced to when that particular user is exiting the parking lot. So we can also show you how the CLI works So when you're exiting, the user uploads a picture of their license plate number, and that again is detected using the model. 1 second. Yeah. So as you can see, we validated and we have displayed the parking fee.
Yeah. And in sort of like the future as well, because it would obviously be a hassle to keep uploading images of your parking space and the license plate as well. We would want to be using CCTV camera footage instead, just for like real life accuracy and stuff like that. And in some in some malls and stuff, they've used license plate detection cameras, sensors and stuff as well. So that would also help us out in terms of just the whole manual task. It would all be automated. And so the CLI and the GUI just sort of help us demonstrate how we've used artificial intelligence and how our models work. But obviously in the future, we would obviously be able to develop it a little bit more further. Yeah, that's our project.
Thank you so much, and all the best for it. See you. Hey guys.
Hey.
How are you doing today? Could you please tell your name and what's your project about?
Sure. My name is Vivek Velvela and Utsav Patel is my group mate. So we actually did a image classification project. We built a model which can classify different types of fruits. We trained our model with 8 different fruits, but we only have 5 due to budget issues. So he'll actually give you the demo of all the fruits.
We just put our TensorFlow Lite app onto the blueberries. You can detect 100%.
Yes.
Here, kiwi, good accuracy 99%. Then we have oranges. There you go. So we have oranges detect 100%. Avocado, strawberry, and raspberry. So we did 8 different types of fruits that we detected, and we created our own handmade or custom data set where we took images of all different fruits with different angles, different lightings, and different backgrounds. So this app will detect the fruit in any background, not just white background. Yes, we've handmade it. We've customly made it. So we did 8 different fruits, but so far we have like 6. Yeah. So basically we did it through CNNs, convolutional neural networks, and then used transfer learning, mobile net V2, and then fine-tune that model to get a very good accuracy. So we got an accuracy of 99.5 and 99.6% for testing sets, which is very good. That's why we're getting very good accuracy off. And then we deployed it onto TensorFlow Lite.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how did you came up with this project?
So it was, I think the main idea behind it was firstly the fact that all fruit classifications are done with a background of either white color or transparent, so just the fruit. But there had not been a lot of progress in terms of fruits with different backgrounds. So that's how the idea that's how we came up with that idea.
Okay, guys.
Yeah.
What's the app called?
Our TensorFlow Lite app. So that's like a predefined framework. But then we basically just add our H5 file, which is the one you get after image classification. And then we change the different labels of fruits. And that's it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Just like, so could you please tell your names and what's your project about? Sure. Yeah. We're different projects. I don't know. If okay, so I thought you were standing. Yeah, you might want to get this in the back. I don't know. Sure. So just my name and the project? Yeah. And what's the project about? Okay. So, easy. My name's Arian Jahiri. So my project, pretty much, we made a racing game. Yeah. And the premise behind the game is that we wanted to provide a video game sort of treatment for people with attention disorders as a means to train their attention, pretty much. Since it's an AI showcase, our AI application was for the adversary or the bot that you play against in the game. And we used a deep reinforcement learning algorithm in order to implement that. Because the racetrack in the game is procedural, so it's non-deterministic. That's the idea behind using AI in the first place, pretty much. Yeah. That's it. And how did you came up with this thing? First, well, the main goal. Yeah. So first of all, we knew we wanted to make a game because this was for a software studio. Yep. So we know we had eight weeks development time. Okay. Yeah. So we knew we wanted to make a game. That was the first thing. We realized that racing game would be cool, and then afterwards, just from experience, having friends that usually have ADHD or something like that, the idea sort of sparked where we could sort of combine the two ideas to give the game a purpose, pretty much. And after I designed the procedural traffic generator, the idea for using machine learning for the AI adversary came to mind. So that's pretty much how we came up with it. Yeah. Sound interesting. Thank you. And all the best for it. Thank you. Thank you so much for the nice to meet you. Same here. Hi. How are you doing today? Tired. So could you please tell us about your project?
Yeah, so do you want to over here, I guess? This is good?
Yeah.
It's good. Hi, so this is the XRT experience. So the basic premise of the project is basically employee training through VR, which we have right over there. But I'm guessing you're not gonna really use it because it's online. That's okay. We can see the video. So yeah, essentially, that's the basic premise of it. Employee training to kind of reduce costs on training, make it easy, make it more streamlined. So we sort of streamline this whole process. The idea is that we have this thing called. So the idea is you have this kind of login kind of system. So as an employee, you would kind of log in there, and I don't know how to say it, but it's kind of like imagine like a UTS kind of student system or like a login system counting. Yeah. So as an employee, you log in, you look at your tasks, you're like, okay, I gotta do these training things, and usually your supervisor will set this up. They usually set the recipe. So for this prototype, we've kind of scoped it down to just burger training.
Yep.
And as an employee, you kind of just go there, you go into launch training, and you go straight into VR. And usually you have some tasks on the board, but we don't. And you kind of have to do
your own
them.
recipe and towards it, and you
have to make it. Yeah, there's also some dirty plates there that you have to kind of wash as well and prepare.
So it's a training exercise.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to cook stuff as well. There's like a microwave and a grill going there, and that's the gist of it.
So it's just you and how many teammates you have?
There's 10 people on the team.
So only you are here, or
Yeah, only I'm here. I'm like the VR expert than the AI expert, but we have sort of a sort of an AI going for doing regression analysis for measuring user performance.
Yep.
We also have an AI that, or actually machine learning, I guess is more accurate. We have a machine learning model for text to speech. So being able to kind of read stuff out as you kind of do this training in this VR experience as well. You can see there in the video, they're washing the plates and stuff like that. Yeah, that's basically
interesting, man.
just
Like
a
for
bit.
future purposes, it's very good. Like, yeah, for the training and purposes.
Yep.
Like restaurants and kind of stuff.
Yep.
Great.
Uh,
Thank you for so much your time.
Do you have any questions or anything?
Just like regarding like what's the future prospect regarding this? Like,
So this is very much a prototype, but I mean, you could expand this. So I think the focus for this project is just hospitality.
Yep.
We've kind of just done burger training, but I could see it being replicated to other aspects.
Yep.
So for example, maybe you could have like a coffee store or like a camp, you know, something that other than a burger, because there's literally every other dish than a burger. Yeah, and I think there's a lot of things you can do as well, like for example, attending employees and stuff like that.
Yep.
But we kind of just done the kitchen bit as well for this. Yeah, hopefully that answers your question.
Yep. And like major stakeholders. Yeah.
Yeah. So this platform is supposed to be kind of flexible for different restaurants and cafes. So any burger restaurants like maybe Macca's or like I don't know, there's a lot of cafes that serve burgers. They can do this kind of stuff. Is what we're hoping for, anyways.
Sounds good, man. Thank you for your time, man. All the best for it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are you having lunch? Hi, how are you?
Well, thank you.
Could you please tell us your name and what is your project about?
Yeah, I'm Simran Mindra. I'm working on a team that developed the music detection app.
Yep.
So we found in COVID, a lot of people going through negative times and whatnot. So as a remedy for that, we found a lot of people were resulting to music therapy. Based on these studies, we developed a remedy kind of app. So we use music and facial detection to generate a playlist based on the person's mood. So I'll give you guys a demo now. Yes, please. So just to get started, you, a person can input an image. So whether that be a selfie or just an image that they pull up themselves. So I've got some test images here. So if we just put in a person here, we can select genres from the pre-trained model. So whether that be pop, jazz, or anything that's been used. So we'll just choose some generic stuff like pop. Maybe we'll do some rap and classical. And based on that, it'll detect your face. So as you can see over here, the person's happy. And based on the genres they chose, each song is given a label, whether it's a happy song, a sad song. So obviously, since he was detected as happy, it'll pull up happy songs. So that's just, and using Spotify's API, we're able to get these. Yeah.
My question was like that.
So yeah, very upbeat, very happy music going on.
The music,
the mood, exactly. So we pre-trained the model for the music based on the beats, the rhythm, even the lyrics of the songs. We developed an array for the words, and using that, we built a dictionary. So some words had like a probabilistic nature of being happy, sad, etc. So each song was given a specific label, and based on the mood and the genres you select, it would match them up with the music.
And how did you come up with this thing?
So like I said before, we found studies saying that people resorting to music as a remedy for the negative emotions feeling during COVID. So we thought that would do something based on that. Obviously, we can't improve people's moods, but we can hopefully, with like as an extension of this project, you could work with psychologists and whatnot, and they would be able to give their inputs regarding how you could improve someone's mood using a music playlist. Yeah.
Sounds cool. And all the best for the future.
Thank you so much.
Good luck for today.
I hope everyone's enjoying.
Yeah, see you. Thank you.
Hey, I am back with more cool news. Are you all excited? Hope you all like my moves. I am still in my training phase. Are you all ready for some remote humor? What restaurant do you like to go to? McDonald's. Hot, 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 hot. It's time for my nap. See you all in a bit.
So now you will see him in the closing speech. So thank you for watching. See you all soon. Thank you, Pepper.
Thank you. Thank you, Pepper.
Today's speaker from River Corp, Jason Young. He's the CEO of the. We have quite a long time collaboration with River Corp, about the fact.
Yeah,
that's the project is about the using drone and intelligent system using drone to actually recognize the shark.
That's
right. That in the beach. You know, that's the serious issue with our beaches. So Jason will talk about the project and about the shark spotting. So now give time to Jason. And around 10 minutes more, then we have 5 minutes question. So yeah, Jason, welcome, Jason.
All right, thank you, everybody. And yes, my name is Jason Young, CEO of River Corp. And today I'll be talking to you about our success story and our partnership with UTS and the amazing Little River Lifesaver program. Sorry. Sorry, work for a tech company and can't get the slides to work. That's all right. Next slide. There we go. So I wanted to talk about where did the river come from, where did we all start, and what happened, if you all remember, is Hurricane Katrina in 2005. It was a devastating storm, cyclone that affected America. And our founder, Kevin Weldon, was actually over in New Orleans during that period and saw these amazing drones being used to detect people up in the roofs and in the water. And he thought, okay, what about if we brought that back to Australia? And in 2016, we founded the River Corp. We, through extensive R&D and development, we set out the challenge to create a rescue drone. There was drones at the time that could film people in trouble, but we thought, what's the use of filming someone drowning? You know, we thought, okay, if we're there at the right time, we need to develop a system that can deploy flotation devices, first aid kits, ham sandwich if need be, but quite an amazing system. We set ourselves that challenge. And in 2018, we performed the world's first rescue by drone in Lennox Head, New South Wales. So we saved 2 young boys that were caught in very rough seas. And that aircraft is actually now sitting in the National Maritime Museum as a significant artefact in marine history, maritime history. Got a little video, so the next slide's on you. Play that. And this is a little bit about what we do each day. You can't tell what's going to happen when you get up in the morning. My state-of-the-art search and rescue company in the world. Protect us by identifying risks with 90% accuracy. We're continuing to push the boundaries of what can be done and avoid on the beach. This is specialised algorithms that run through the onboard cameras on a daily basis, with rescue services in dangerous emergency situations. Us getting first responder, lives can be the difference between Big Committee Hotel, Laura Plus WAB, everyone. Team created history in 2018 when they performed the world's first oceans inspired drone. The success of that rescue was seen around the world. Thanks to Amazon Web Services, ShotSpotter AI uses knowledge-based analytics in almost real time.
The AI can identify some species and objects in another world verse, the ultimate amazing is broadcast from a drone on Queensland's Gold Coast to attend the Amazon Web Services Summit, thousands of kilometres away in Canberra. To prevent crocodile attacks and to develop a better understanding of crocodile populations, Hotspot AI is being used along rivers, creeks, and oceans to farm Queensland. The river group's new technologies are counting swims, mustering gap, developing swift water rescue systems, planning future cities, and training drone pilots around the world. The River Group, a world leader in drone search, rescue, and recovery missions.
Right, so yeah, that's a little bit about what we do. So it's a pretty cool use for drones. I think you'd all agree. We'll just go on to the slide for me. So this is a little bit of information about our Little Ripper Lifesaver. So it's quite a capable aircraft. It flies for about 20 to 25 minutes, depending on the payload that we put on the system. It has a loudspeaker on board that can, at the moment, speak in 10 different languages. And we thought that was quite an amazing development, but you don't actually know what language you need when they're out there. So it was great, and we proved that now we use that system for, I guess, the most common languages, and we repeat, you're in a rib, please swim to the left or the right, or stay calm, help us on the way. We have those in multiple languages that we can set out in the siren. We also have a shark alarm on board. We have different camera systems that we can put on with different zoom capabilities, thermal cameras. And then we also have the payload deployment system. So that enables us to drop these flotation devices. It's probably our most common system that we deploy. It's helping me out today. As soon as that hits the water, it self-inflates. This particular model can carry up to 2 people, and the other one that's currently sitting in the drone, that'll carry up to 4 people. So quite an amazing system. We're currently now looking at a new platform. So we're going to put the challenge out there next year for Little Ripper 2.0, looking for hydrogen cell, long endurance, weatherproof. So quite an exciting time. But at the moment, this is our current fleet. We have about 12 of these aircraft and 60 drones in our fleet today. So we, again, like we said, we have a long-term relationship with UTS. When we came, we set the challenge that we wanted to detect sharks from drone. And how do we do that? It was so challenging because the shape itself is moving in the water, the water's moving, and then the drone's moving up, down, left, right. So we certainly set the challenge high, but we were able to achieve that. And we created the world's first shark detection software system. So we developed the system. It was developed on an artificial intelligence program built with Naveen Sharma, who's online now, and Michael Bloom's team. They're like brothers for me. We've been working so long together, but amazing relationship. But we had to detect sharks in real time. So we didn't want to get the footage and then, 2 days later say, oh, there was a shark there actually. We had to provide our lifeguards on the beach with a drone that could detect in real time whether that's a shark or a dolphin or whatever it may be. And often that's the issue. I saw a fin. They closed the beach and it affects tourism. It creates a bit of hysteria. And it was probably a dolphin. So we really wanted to see how drones could help through the Little Ripper program. Now got this incredible bird's eye view, and we have an AI platform that can detect up to 20 different marine objects. So yeah, quite outstanding. Next one. So the system itself has over 90% accuracy. And compared to traditional methods of viewing out of a helicopter or a fixed-wing aircraft, or standing on the beach and looking out, oh, did I see a shark? It's an incredible improvement on the current methods that are being used. Next slide. So the system, I was hoping to be here to run through all the details, but the system itself, we developed with over 40,000 images, videos, and that's quite hard, as you all know. It's the data set, it's what you feed the system, it's what you get out. And over many, many years now, we've collected some amazing data sets to create our system. The awards. So again, this was quite a challenge. We were recognised in 2018 New South Wales AI Awards. So Artificial Intelligence or Machine Learning Innovation of the Year, Research and Development Project of the Year, and Community Service Markets winner. Next slide. We continued to win the National Award for AI, and we were invited over to China and became second against Alibaba and their warehouse logistics AI. You know, and you know, we're punching well about weight. That's due to the partnership with UTS. Just the amazing people that are here, the systems that are developed. Next slide. Okay, so the Ripper Tech Lab, empowering intelligence search. So that's a division of our company, and it is all housed around our partnership with UTS. We've got some exciting programs at the moment. We have crops. I'll just press it again. That's it. Anyway, sorry. Anyway, we've got some different platforms we're working on now. So swimmers, counting people in the water, and also looking at drip detection. And is there a person in the drip? So you imagine as drones get more long range, you know, and being able to deploy a long range drone, detect that there's drip there, there's drip there. That drip actually has a couple of people in it. The other system itself there is Croc Spotter. So we deployed that last year far north Queensland. And crocodiles are amazing because they'll follow you up the beach. When there's a shark, you can get out, but the crocodile keeps following you to the car. So Croc Spotter, and during the bushfires last year, we were deployed to try and find injured wildlife. And it's quite an emotional experience, seeing hundreds and hundreds of animals burned and trying to save as many as we could. We've been doing quite a lot of wildlife projects now, so we've taken what we learned in the marine environment and we're now applying that in the bush with thermal cameras. So coming soon will be the wildlife spotter. Just go on to the next slide, and this is a video of what we're trying to develop right now. Ripple is one of the world's leading innovators when it comes to the use of drones. Our company was the first in Australia to innovate and introduce the use of drones for search and rescue across our nation's beaches. R&D is an important part of our business. We're continuing to push the boundaries of what can be done and deployed.
The UTS team has developed state-of-the-art artificial intelligence algorithms for spotting whales using RGB thermal camera video feed from drone.
plans to expand on this proven technology and develop a cost-efficient, effective solution to counter traffic wireless along the way, and is ready for commercial application in coming months. For me. So yeah, that's a little video of what's coming up. And as you can see, and what I've seen today in some of the projects out there is incredible. What you guys are all developing does have a purpose and a reason, and it's hard. But I just encourage everybody to keep at it. We were told you'll never use a drone to rescue somebody in the marine environment. It won't happen, and we achieved it. You won't develop an algorithm to detect sharks. It's just too hard, and we did it. So that's what I'd encourage everyone to keep pushing through, and we'll get there. And you can see the sort of organisations like us that can use the different software platforms and things, and you can just imagine what's possible. That's it from me. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'll hand over.
Have you considered the application of this in more far remote areas of Australia without cell coverage?
Yeah, correct. So the question was, were we looking or considering using this technology in remote locations where there's not internet or mobile reception? Of course, I think the issues are, for example, drownings in Australia is one of the biggest issues for what we do. And the drownings actually happen 3 or so kilometres away from the surf club on an uncontrolled beach. That's where the technology is needed. That's where these sort of systems expand the reach and that capability. But definitely, if you imagine someone lost in the Blue Mountains, there's no mobile phone, what do I do? And you imagine a fleet of drones being deployed with thermal signature, with AI, and you just deploy them in a search and rescue pattern, and being able to detect and live stream that vision in real time back to a command centre. It's just a no-brainer. Yeah.
What is the range on the how far would you need on an every single beach? How the fact that
yeah, correct. So the question was around it. It's a very big coastline in Australia, and what is the range of the current platforms? It's challenging. The technology is incredible. There's drones with incredible range, but we work very closely with the regulator, CASA, and at the moment you have to have visual line of sight. So, we make the drone very yellow, red, it's easy to see, far away, but that's the next step. So working with the regulator, and we're working very closely at the moment to go beyond visual line of sight, and we would look with the long-range drones, like the one pictured there, the Ripper Ranger, that has 150 kilometres range. So you imagine that deployed from Manly to Newcastle, right, and then come back, and then along the way it's sending notifications or identifying areas of interest. I think, will there be one at every surf club? Probably not, but certainly those surf clubs and areas where there's black spots, known areas where people get in trouble, and it'll expand from there. Surf Lifesaving New South Wales just released today, they've got 50 locations in New South Wales with drones. You think our company's very new, 5 years old, and we were told to never use drones. 5 years later, there's 50 locations and 300 or more pilots just in New South Wales flying drones for surf lifesaving. So quite a fun ones.
So I'm sort of already developed the pilot, but when you say control, like from services,
yeah, so that automated flight planning, that's all available now. And again, it's working that I could give you the controls, set it up right here, right now, and fly it along fully autonomous, but you're just not allowed yet. But it is definitely all possible. And again, when we have those long-range drones, we'll have designated flight paths, and we'll ask the drone to deflect or move to a different location of interest. It's happening. How are we going for time? I'm happy to keep answering.
So, you mentioned the thing that they right? And imagine if you were to did you consider something like that?
Yeah, so the question was detecting a shark near a person, and I guess then creating a higher alarm that that's a threat. And I think that's the future of shark spotting. So at the moment, we're detecting it's a shark, but the future will be what is the behaviour of that shark, what's the size of the shark, and how far away is it from the person, and sort of have the sound come on the drone to, like try and create, the shark's coming. But I believe that's the future. And again, we need a lot more images, a lot more video, and really determining what shark is a threat. Because there are lots of sharks out there. I'll tell you, I wasn't scared of sharks until I started this company. But there is lots out there. But honestly, they're all generally small, and they're swimming past. So they're not bothering anybody. So just leave them alone. Last question.
Last question.
Yeah.
I have two questions.
Two questions, yeah.
So just wanted to ask, when the noodle is like being dispatched from the top, does it take the wind speed into consideration? So let's just say a person is there and you dispatch it over
Yeah, so the question was, when we deploy our flotation devices, do we take into consideration wind or other factors? We definitely do, but we lower the drone to a safe, we have a special approval for our company, which is very unique, that we can deploy a flotation device if we deem someone's in trouble. There's no other drone company in Australia that I'm aware of that can do that. But that's why we work with the lifeguards and surf life saving and other search and rescue organisations, because they know if someone's in trouble, and the chances of hurting them with the drone or the pod versus them drowning or getting in trouble is worth the risk. But we, for this particular drone, it has incredible accuracy and can make slight adjustments. For the long-range drone, that's definitely a challenge, is getting the drone travelling at over 100 kilometres an hour to slow down or hover, deploy the pod, and then keep going. So we look at getting more algorithms and systems to detect the distance and be able to deploy the pod safely. We also carry two on our, so if you miss, you've got another shot. So, what was your second question?
What's the manufacturing cost of it?
What's the cost? So systems itself, when we first started, we bought drones at about $170,000. That was 5 years ago. And over time, it's got cheaper and cheaper. But the Little Ripple Lifesaver in its current form is around $25,000 to $30,000 for a full kit. So it's not a lot of money compared to other systems. But we have smaller drones for around $5,000, and bigger ones as well.
Great. Concerning the time, probably we just close. Yes, the next question means just something. It's still the exhibition that the judging, so I will try to finish that. Thank you for coming. Yeah.
customers. And it uses deep learning and AI to extract the water meter reading from the photograph of the meter.
Yep. And could you please tell about like how it works and can you show us a demo?
Yep, sure. Yeah.
It would be interesting.
Yeah, no problem. I did it for another group, came and filmed it.
Oh, is it?
Yep, that's okay. That lady and the guy with the camera.
Yeah, so I think that's different. And this is a Zoom link, right?
Oh, yeah.
Everyone else like Zoom and can be recorded.
No problem. Oh, well.
I can hold on.
Yeah, sorry. Just need some more hands. I don't know whether it's easier to see what's happening on the screen. Okay, so what I've got is a website. So there's nothing installed on the device. Yep. It's just a HTML5 website. You navigate to the URL and you're presented with a screen, and it gives you the opportunity to capture an image of your water meter.
Yep.
So you'll just use your phone's camera. I'll select one without glare on it. If you're happy with the image, you press OK. It does a little bit of compression to make the image a bit smaller before it sends it to the server. It's on the server. It does a two-step process to identify this region of interest. And then from that region of interest, it sends classified all the digits in your reading. If you're happy with the reading, you press accept.
Yep.
And it's also sent up the GPS coordinates.
Okay.
And the reading, so on the server, they've got raw image, region of interest, the extracted meter reading, and the GPS coordinates. And send that off to your billing system and match it up to the user account.
Okay. Does it record the history also? Like, can you see the history of that particular system, like this setup? Can you see the history on that? Or it's just like the current one?
It's just a current one. But if you're a water utility and you integrate this with your system, your billing system will have all the historical data. So adding an extra page would be pretty straightforward.
How did you came up with this project though? Like the reason behind it, like.
Okay, the two reasons. Yes. One is for water utilities. They can save money by not having to employ the meter readers.
Yep.
And that's also a safety issue. It's a fairly high risk job actually with being attacked by dogs and things.
Yep.
And the other is that customers now only get a water bill every quarter. So this will allow them to keep track of their consumption and also their billing, because they can decide the frequency themselves. So they can have it monthly or weekly, however often they want to have a bill. They can generate one.
Yep. Sounds perfect. All the best for today, and it was really nice knowing from software.
Yep, no problem. Thank you
so much.
Kajal, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi, yes, I can. Am I audible?
Yes, you are as well. Just give me a few seconds. I'll request the judges to come over, and once they do, I'll just give you a heads up, and maybe you're good to go.
Sure, no problem. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi everyone, I'm Kajal and welcome to Project Cross Connection. So I'll quickly start off with providing a brief background on the concept of developing the cross connection solution. So as we all would agree, verbal communication really allows all of us to form a bond with one another, especially through the direct expression of feelings, emotions, and just by expressing ourselves in firsthand. But people with hearing and speaking difficulties might often find themselves to be a bit constrained just due to the need of continuous external support in the form of potentially visual aids or interpreters. So for this reason, Cross Connection has been designed to essentially bridge this communication gap and empower the vulnerable to essentially freely and openly voice themselves without any restrictions. So here we present to you a translator which converts the Australian Sign Language into literal English alphabets on screen. It's actually also embedded in a web application, as you may see on the screen, which also teaches the fundamentals of the Auslan alphabets. This translator actually incorporates the use of a single shot detector, so the SSD model with the mobile net V2 configuration that's pre-trained on the COCO dataset. So I'll quickly actually go through the web page first, and then I'll jump into our USP. So we have a testimonial carousel just to show some review from our happy end users. And going on to our actual Auslan sign. So we can either press Learn Auslan or actually directly click the Auslan sign bank page from the navigation menu. Both of these actually land on the same page. So here we can actually see the Auslan, the letters. So just the gesture for each letter. And actually once a user essentially learns them, they can actually test their knowledge as well. So we have prepared a quick guess the word game. Now, it is pretty intuitive, just how to play this game, but if someone is stuck, they may actually press the question mark icon here, which returns in the pop-up instructions. So essentially all we need to do is press get Auslan, which returns some finger gestures, and we have to essentially just guess the word. So I'm just typing in really random letters for now. And so once that's done, okay, so once that's done, we can press check. And so obviously we got that wrong. So if you want to try again, we can just press repeat. We can actually also change the interval length. So the time of each picture being present on screen. So let's say this time I want it to be for 2.5 seconds and I want to learn the same word again. I can just press repeat. And this time I can actually just type the word again. So I'll just quickly type it. Yep, so just once that's done, as we can see, it was a bit slower this time because I changed the interval length. Once we check it, yep, it's correct. Pressing.
How much is the accuracy and mean average precision for your model?
It's actually 89%. Based on the SSD model we used. We actually also tried I think it was the RSet Racer, some other model, but that was not so effective. So we decided to go with the SSD as it returned 89%, which we thought for a first time development was pretty good. So just continuing on, sorry, pressing get Auslan here actually returns a different word. So it sort of jumbles up the word list we have. We also have the About Team page here, where you can actually see a picture of all the developers. So Kalyan, Simak, they couldn't attend this session, but that's myself, Kajal. A brief introduction, brief paragraph about ourselves, our background, our experience, and also our contact email addresses. Finally, we can also go to the Contact Us page. Simply that returns just the address. It's basically UTS's address, but if we actually do develop this in the real world, we can embed our Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, and Snapchat, if we do happen to create one, pages, which our users can potentially go into and just have a look at and basically just stay connected with our solution. So now moving on to, finally moving on to our USP, I'll actually show you the translator which we have made. So hi everyone. So as we can see here, just basically pointing finger gestures towards the screen, we can actually see that the alphabets are being printed just in the translation box on the right. Now, sometimes it actually really affects on the lighting. The lighting really happens to affect the accuracy, not accuracy, but just how well the model predicts the gestures we're showing. And not just that. So one limitation we faced was that there were not enough data set for this particular project, because if you actually even Google translation, sign language translation models online, you would basically 99% find things just for ASL. So that's the American Sign Language, and that's because that particular language only involves sign language gestures with one hand, whereas Australian Sign Language that actually incorporates both hands to make the gestures. So we actually had to manually go around, look at the introductory videos on YouTube and manually download frames for each alphabet. And actually we had quite a few thousands in the end. So, but that's actually why our project is innovative as well, because it's something which really really does not exist yet. And so once a word has been gestured out, we can also clear the screen and do the same thing again. So that's essentially our project. Did you have any questions?
Excellent project, Kajal.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's excellent.
Thank you.
I'm the only one hearing your presentation actually at the time. So I like the project, and I'm judging your project. So I'm going to give the marks and give it.
Sure.
Yeah. So I don't know, there are 4 or 5 judges, but I'm not sure whether they are going to listen to your presentation or not. But yeah, but I like your project.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, yes. No worries. Maybe can you stay online for some time? Is it okay for you?
Yes, of course, I certainly can.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure, sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah.
Hello, Smita. Yeah, Smita. Mhm.
Just take them really quickly, 2 to 3 minutes, that's it.
Okay, good.
Just 1 minute.
Can I start now?
Just give me a second, I'll give you a heads up. Yeah. Guys, you can grab a check.
So you think it's not been a focus area? Or... Sorry? Has it not been a focus area? Or...
It's not a big target for us, but
Mobile needs to be.
Everything's on mobile, it's not that good. And there was one, I attended one of the development meetings, and their word was, if we're not developing, like we're out of control.
Let's read up on this.
The other thing was inspiring is how many times we said people use your version 2 or store. People get stuff so wow, this was
Well, that was good.
That was good.
I think the problem is, I mean, from what I can see so far, education is still, I mean, there's a couple of challenges.
I think all the judges are together, so we just do it online.
Makes sense.
You'll have to, I think, use using the speaker.
Oh, that's fine. I think
Well, I don't think it's I apologize for using transfer.
no, that's
No, he's the voice. He's very
sure. This person's lucky. They only have to do one presentation.
Yeah.
It all hinges on this one though. It's like make it or break it.
Well, and they're also stuck overseas, not enjoying our lovely sunny weather.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Thanks, it's here.
Oh, you got the fan.
Kajal, you can probably start.
Yeah, shall I start now?
Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. Hi everyone, I'm Kajal and welcome to Project Cross Connection. So just a brief background very quickly on the concept of cross connection solution. As we all would agree, verbal communication essentially allows all of us to form a bond with one another through direct expression of feelings, thoughts, and just basically just being able to express ourselves firsthand. But people that have hearing and speaking difficulties, they might occasionally find themselves to be a bit constrained just due to the need of continuous external support, which could be in the form of having interpreters going around with them or just other visual aids. So for this reason, Cross Connection has been designed to essentially bridge this communication gap and to empower the vulnerable to be able to freely and openly voice themselves without having any restrictions. So Cross Connection essentially is a translator which converts the Australian Sign Language gestures into literal English alphabets on screen. It actually incorporates the use of a single shot detector, so the SST model with the mobile net V2 configuration that's pre-trained on the COCO dataset model. So this translator is actually embedded in a web application, which you may see on your screen now. Quickly going through the web app first. This is our homepage. We actually have a quick testimonial carousel just to show the end users review of some of our happy customers or happy users. So we actually have a Learn Auslan page here, which is also the same as the Auslan Sign Bank. So clicking on either of these two would lead to the same page, which essentially is just a a sign bank that shows the Australian Sign Language gestures for people to learn, because the main purpose of our project is to actually spread awareness on Auslan. So from this page, users can actually learn the sign language gestures. And once they do that, they can actually go down and play a guess the word game, which we have made. So over here, should they not really realize how to play this game, although we have tried to make it very intuitive, they can actually press the question mark icon here, which opens up the pop-up instructions page. Once they do that, they can actually press Get Auslan, which displays pictures of Auslan gestures one by one. And I'm actually just putting in random letters for now, but they essentially try and guess the word that's being spelled out through the Auslan gestures. So once they do that, they can actually check if their answer is correct or not, and certainly we did not get that right. So if they would like to try that same word again, they can actually repeat that same word. They can also alter the interval length, so they can make each gesture appear on the screen for a longer duration. So if we do that again, the exact same word would appear, and just because I saw that word, I'll quickly type it. Yep, so while we wait for that, once the word finishes, we can just check if that's correct or not. After that, if we press Get Auslan again, a new word would appear. So it essentially really allows the users to test their knowledge, to test the new skill that they're actually developing on this page here. Yep, so we got that right. Now, moving on to the About Team page. This page essentially just provides a brief overview on the developers of this application. So as you may see, this project involves 3 developers, Kalyan and Simak. They could not join this event today, but I'm here. So we actually have just a brief overview as well on our background, experiences, and just our contact email addresses. We also have a contact page here, a contact us page here, which shows the UTS's address. And if we were to actually develop this application in the real world, we would be creating Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn page, or other social media pages just to make sure our users are connected with us at all times. We also have this contact email ID here. Now, moving on to our actual USP, which is our translator. So hi. Simply just pointing out gestures, for example, towards the screen, we would be able to, so it really, sometimes the lighting really affects the model. So we should be able to just print alphabets on screen. And users can actually try to spell out a word with the Auslan gestures. So once they've done with that, they can actually clear screen and try again. So if they think that they made a mistake, they can just clear screen, try again, and spell out the gestures. So that's essentially our model. So I personally feel this is a very innovative project, just because if you actually go to Google and try to look for a sign language translator, you would probably 99% of the time only see something for ASL, which is the American Sign Language. And that's because they use the one-handed gesture system. However, Australian Sign Language is unique in the sense where it uses both hands. So, and it also goes deep into the fact that we had to manually make up our database because there was essentially nothing available on the internet. So just having this opportunity to develop a solution for this issue, which we thought was pretty significant, was great. Did you have any questions?
Okay, I can answer the first question. So you are doing the finger spelling sign language. So actually in Auslan, there will be some like for a certain word, the spelling will be continuous one. So how can you provide those kind of tutorial using your techniques?
Sure. So as I mentioned, we actually had very limited resources to build this particular prototype on. But if we were to actually develop this further, we would certainly try and actually include video sets as well to train our model. So because like you just mentioned, for example, letter J or the letter H, they are actually, the gestures are actually include some kind of motion in them. So we would certainly try and actually include video-based databases as well to build our model for future.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So for the model, do you train the model from your end, or you just use some kind of built-in API or build function?
Sorry, I could not hear your question there.
So what kind of model do you use?
Sure. So we actually created the model, the actual detector, using the single shot SSD model, which was with transfer learning based on the MobileNet V2.
Right. And do you train the model from your end, or use train the model for your approach?
So we did it on our end, and we actually transformed. So it was based on, we actually conducted the training on 150,000 steps using the single shot detector model. And the results were actually exported and then transformed into a TensorFlow JS compatible version. So that was then used and uploaded to make sure our model works on the web page.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hope you enjoyed the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
ठीक है चलो चलो फिर हाँ ओके बाय
Wow, that was a fun and awesome showcase. With lots of exciting artificial intelligence projects from a variety of domains. Thanks to all the presenters, judges, and organizers for making this event successful. I would now hand over the stage to our organizers for the announcing the winners. But before I go, I have another funny joke for you. What did a man say to his dead robot? Any guesses? Rest in peace. Really funny joke for you. Why did the robot go on holiday? To recharge her batteries. Thank you all for coming. Hope you all enjoy the event. Bye.
Okay, so thank you very much for your patience and for waiting for all the announcements. Before we go into the announcements of the prizes, I would like to say a huge thank you to all our judges who joined us today in judging your projects and looking into them. I know they spent quite a lot of time actually looking at them and trying to figure out, which one is the best and why in their opinion. So I would like to thank all of them, and I would like to actually bring you here. And I will start from the top. Monica, can we just say thank you? So that's pretty good. Thank you very much for coming and helping us. Thank you very much. Natasha. To come forward as our chief judge. Can I ask Jamie? Yes. And she believe. So thank you very much all for actually spending the whole afternoon with us, helping us to decide which project is the best one. And now we go into yes, again, thank you very much for all the sponsors. And finally time to announce our winners. So we go with the first use case application based project, and the name of the team is AI Mastermind. Quite a bit of sort of different prizes for everybody who gets awards today. So if I can also ask all the winners, to stay out there as well, because we get a lot of other prizes for you to give you, and certificates that are being printed as we speak. The next project in the category Innovation Research, Gumbers. Congratulations. So the second best project, the team is Cross Connection. Well done. Okay. Perfect. The first project is Eagle Eye. Yes, yes, please. The next one. So, 2 marks. People choice award. So that's it. Great. And we have another one. I don't know, Natasha, would you like to hand in the mini AWS? Right? We have it, right? So the winner is a winner. Student is Helen Mai, received the award.
The winner is here. She came in earlier today, and I gave her the prize.
Okay. That's it for today. Thank you very much for staying with us for so long. And I hope you enjoyed today and enjoy your reading. Thank you. So if I can just ask all the winners to come forward to us, there's still some prizes from AWS afterwards to share with you. So please come forward. So our winner team. Get that? Yeah. You need. All the best teams, can you please come forward?
All the awards. Let's go. Congratulations, guys.
I'm going if you want.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
I'll